Mm. Mm. Just enjoy the piano music. Just doing some setup, and then he's leaving for work soon, and then I'll be on the screen. Just quickly doing something. It's early here, but welcome from Canada. The pin is just kind of the title, and the basic idea, and then there's some conversation started here in the corner. So you're welcome to say stuff. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And looks like you left. Let's screenshot. Get away. Sorry, something came on the screen. Right there. If you can send a test comment to make sure it shows up, or not. I'll be right here to start thinking. Just doing the piano first. If you can comment, make sure it shows up. Then I'll know. maybe put a few based on some of the ones that I put there, because anyway, because I stepped away from Izzy doesn't give you the, what do I call it? Oh. Okay. Good boy. Should be, but best in the country. Well, Now for the group hug session. Another joy and beauty of life day today. Happens at least twice a week. One consecutive after the other. You shouldn't have put him yet. Oh, but you had to. Oh, he doesn't have to call. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. But you know, by this time it's probably breaking up. It'll be breaking up in the outside of the front of it. The reason that works, I did that. I did think that. Minus 16. What? 12. Hey, anybody reading us on the screen? No? Well, humbug to you then. Just kidding. And then, oh my goodness. If that doesn't think heavenly, or if that doesn't say, oh my, that's wild. Okay, anyway, don't mind me. Okay, please. Okay, so I tagged that. I pinned it, and that was perfect timing. I just got back to the screen. It looks like somebody just tuning in. I have been rolling super long, so I pinned that, which is the same comment as the one right below it. And I would love for somebody to ask if you're my stomach making sounds again. Yeah, I mean, here we got two of you here now. Welcome from Canada. Feel free to say where you're watching from in the world if you'd like. And, if you'd want to say how you came across the channel and if it's your first time. So I put some stuff in the chat that I would love for. Okay, it looks like you both left. Maybe not, but that's what it looks like. Okay. Well, put that going on. I don't want to forget to turn the thing back up later and be like, I told you I was this morning. And like, and as for you, puppy, what are we going to do so that you're not distracting, hey? Just thinking about what to do about our dog who sometimes gets a little vocal when I do these. And hopefully you will as well. Hopefully we'll have a nice conversation. We haven't been up that long. Kate, looks like you left, but maybe you didn't. We haven't been up that long, so I hate to send him upstairs already, but he might go. He likes it up there. If I did send him up there, I think the temptation was, because it's not fully daylight out now. Would you please? Seriously, I'm not in the mood. You want to give me lots of affection. I hate these things, but all the more reason to do stuff. And we like them, don't you? Here, here's one you started before. Go ahead, have fun. that now because he might hear me do so and run up with that, and then it's like, I don't know. Okay, so, okay. Okay, so there was some stuff in this to begin with. There was some piano playing, so I wish there was a bit more because I haven't been awake very long, and I just kind of feeling my way through this. Is that an Emily Sandy song or a New Beat song? It's a perfect song choice. It's a perfect song choice, yeah, buddy. But then, yeah, but I don't believe that wisdom only can relate. There's a lot of really smart young people and a lot of them. And yeah, I mean, kind of the what are the main lines of this song I'm thinking of? Yeah, it's kind of like what I want to say, but kind of like I don't. But I think it's meant to bring up two things of conversation. You may or may not relate to them, probably not exactly, but you might in some way. So I'm just going to do that for a moment here. Also, quickly, I'm just going to, and whether it's the person who comments or not, on the eye one, well, yeah, but still, right, but then that says them. She doesn't look like she's awake yet. Active 11 hours ago. That means she was up to about 12 or 1, I think. Got someone liking. I appreciate that. And I'm just quickly, one of the things I want to talk about made me think of somebody I know. So I just wanted to quickly let her know that because she's been on the YouTube a little bit. Oh, and I'm also going to scroll down to the comments. Hopefully you might say things based on them. Because I want to be at the bottom of them so I can see what you may put. And welcome, by the way. I think I did say that, but welcome again and again. Haven't been rolling that long, and I'm here in Canada. And yeah. And this, who I was sending is not someone who we've seen a lot. We've talked with her a lot. We've done some virtual stuff. And I have, I've met her, I think, once. He's met her a few more times. And, now she's showing us online. But if she was if being active 11 hours ago meant that she was sleeping, I think 11 hours is plenty of sleep, So come and reminisce and be nostalgic with me, While I'm waiting, I'm going to put that aside for a moment. There's been some content, about almost close to as much as I would say I want to make sure that I put there for those to see afterwards. Although if it's a long video, I would think that they might think, oh, there might be some few good things in this then, so I'm going to skip ahead and see what it is, for sure. So I need a pull-in thread. I like how that in comment, when I expand it, it goes to just showing the bottom line of it, and then the rest is there. So I would love to have a. Okay, it looks like you left. Maybe not. I would love to have a conversation based on the topic and stuff at the side, based on what I'm saying. And I just ask that you do your best to keep up and, whatever comes to mind, based on either of those. Um, it looks like the person that was there for a minute, maybe two, just left. I mean, I know maybe saying do your best to keep up may have been a little bit of a awkward thing to hear. It's like, yeah, I would have tried to do so anyway. I mean, that's, the best we can do, you know. But why I said it was just basically because I know that when you're listening and or reading, it may be hard to also work on writing a comment for some people. And I'm just saying, do your best. And I'm good with that. So it's early morning here. I am a little under the weather, but I woke up feeling like I need to do this podcast early. I mean, um, I often kind of do, but I mean, there's been two or three lately before he's left for work that I've kind of started, but normally it's closer to it's like another hour still before I so. Whew. And so I want to talk about this thing I have up on this device here. I want to talk about a couple memories, yeah, and I want to wait on one. And if she tunes in, I'll probably remember it. Um, but why was that song brought up? Ray says, just a reminder of all the good times you've had at the festival. Hopefully, you will have, and how happy I was to see you that last time, which is really nice. And that I'm with you, that I'm here with you at this time. Um, is that okay? But it's interesting that she asked that. Charlie, I love her. I love her. And, you know, um, um, of course it is. Of course it is. And I'm glad that I meant, I mean, I'm not surprised. We were fairly close, but I meant enough for her to call out amongst all the noise. Now she was gone, but call out and say hi. I think I have, really average look. Guy with dark hair and a dark beard, you know. Um, to hear me might be a bit of a different story, although, like I say, I'm under the weather right now. Um, but I wasn't saying anything. I was just walking through the um, place where there's the outdoor stage and the food trucks and everything. I mean, she thinks it's funny that I think that she would not recognize me. Um, is it? I don't know. There was a couple people there for a moment. One of them back, somebody else here. Happy to have you. Welcome. Feel free to come into the conversation. But yeah, I don't know. It was a thing. It was an interaction that was we were meant to have, and it's interesting. It's interesting that even I, who has this ability and still has communication with her, which I'm very, very thankful for. I don't want that to be misinterpreted or whatever. Um, Even I kind of have regrets that that we didn't connect more at that time. But then, being having making memories in life. I mean, it's what living is about. It's hard not to do it. Um, you know, I guess in the digital age, I mean, it's extra easy to relive things, and you don't just have to have it in your mind. But, okay, just a moment. It's noisy out there right now because it's morning and there's lots going on in the area. Um, you just had your walk, so I'm tempted to send you, where. So just a moment, please. I know you're jumping at the door, but you're just going to be barking at everybody going past, and there's going to be lots of that. So, people don't exactly like it. So, some people may not mind, may not care. Oh, but yeah, I gave him something to chew, finish off. He finished it, and then was going to be noisy. So I'm not having that. So it's distracting. And I could have him on my lap, but let's he's kind of unique looking, and just he'd probably want to get down after a few minutes and then be distracted again. So put him upstairs. I'm a little bit under the weather. Sorry about that. I mean, it's a human. Okay, you laugh, but I'll say this anyway, and I shouldn't have to, but it's a human experience that we all have. It may not be the beauties of life. It's likely not death. Um, but we all get colds. But whatever keeping on with life means to us, we got to do it. Well, mostly. Maybe some people may say, no, it's a choice. I don't know if I want to talk about that deep topic at this moment. I have in the past. I know it's important, but do I want to talk about it at this moment? It would be a kind of a good segue, even though this has been kind of jumping around a lot, ADHD style, free flow style as it is. Um, I still don't know which phrase or terminology I like best for a certain thing. Uh, but yeah, I don't like any of them. There's like 6 or 7 options, and I'm not sure I feel like any of them. Um, oh, ooh, he, ha hoo he, ha hoo he, ha hoo he, woo. Don't mind me. Actually, you should. I'm podcasting, and you should be here. Something is telling me here. You should be here. Oh, really? That's a kind of an odd title. I don't. I'm trying to focus right now. What song was that? Don't, oh, right. a song that almost sang on the at the karaoke thing. Well, that was not. This is that's an interesting image. Calling it a red cabbage, but it's actually a purple cabbage, and he's dressed with a sweater and a hat. Or he or she, I think, sweater and a hat that looks like it. And it's a 50 cabbage. I don't know, folks. I don't know. It's interesting. I wonder if he had that specially made. It looked like it was out of wool, but I mean, people make or like something soft material, like extra flesh. But I mean, people do that, I guess. Sorry, I'm under the weather, but life has to continue. So I was we're not super far in. For anybody that sees this afterwards, you know, first of all, I think that thinking about life and mortality is a very human thing to do. It's very natural. Uh, so I guess I'm not weird. uh, well, okay then. Glad to get that figured out. um, no, so and part of it is that I'm only 3 days into having the sniffles and the sneezes, the sore throat. It may sound like I still have it. I mean, this is sort of my voice, but it's a little bit more congested, whatever you want to say. But I had quite a sore throat the first 2 days, or at least the first day. Um, and then, yeah, I've been, doing quite a bit of streaming and it hasn't, and, talking with whoever I've been talking with, and it hasn't made it any sore, so that's good. Uh, I never really lost it. It's more I get raspy. Um, so yeah, it's a bit of that. It's a bit of another condition. Some of the things that I have, some of the health stuff that I struggle with, I'm not likely uh, things that um, would affect my lifespan. I mean, some of the stuff for some people it might, but it's about management. And this is one reason why I'm hesitant to reach out to a doctor. Ours is just but accessible for us, easy to get to. A little harder in the winter, but not much. Um, and also, I've heard things about the place that the testing clinic and how people. I mean, part of me thinks it's normal. It might be because they got some other sort of health problem or medication, but you'd think they would know that then. And yeah, I mean, this show it off almost. I'm really surprised, but in the warmer weather, especially, you do want to be very, you know, maybe show your arms and how hot they are. Just kidding. I don't know. And apparently, some people get bruising, but again, I think that there are reasons that make. But I felt iffy going in there before too. I've had okay experiences, but I felt a little bit. Maybe there was one quite nice experience though, as far as doing that kind of thing goes. But honestly, honestly, I think uh, especially with the main condition I'm thinking about, and women's get testosterone, uh, model. Um, it's maintaining good sleep, good physical activity. I mean, even when I don't leave the house, I'm doing the stairs a few times a day. And it's not like there's just a few steps. Um, as far as I would say, any physical activity is good. I mean, sure, I could maybe stand to have a bit more. And now that the winter's coming, that for me will be a bit harder. I don't have a gym membership, and I'm not much for gyms. Um, it's harder to bike in the winter, um, and less pleasant. Um, I mean, I'd almost say dance, but then I also get tired pretty quickly. Um, I don't know if it's the chronic fatigue syndrome or what it is. Um, but I mean, I look at my friend who passed quite young with diabetes, and I don't know how healthy an eater she was. I do know that I think she probably did a lot of fast food because she was, getting together with friends or on her way to things or just out of impulse or craving, you know, and any of us could. That being said, it's a good time to mention the misconceptions some people may have about diabetes. Um, and they think, oh, it's only people who are unhealthy and fat, or obese. That's not true. I mean, she wasn't. Um, you know, I would have gotten along with her either way, of course, but she wasn't. Um, um, I think she lived a pretty healthy, active lifestyle. I mean, she worked a lot. She was on her feet a lot with work, as a server and as at restaurants and karaoke host. She, yeah, she had it since she was young. Um, I could do this with these other where I probably just arrived. Um, Sleep, she maybe didn't get enough of. And I know it's very important, but is it that important? I don't know. Like, as far as, like, as long as you're getting some sleep, but was she? I almost kind of remember her saying that there were some times, not necessarily because of health or whatever, where she, like, only slept 2 or 3 hours a night. Um, and maybe the occasional time where she just didn't sleep through the night for whatever reason. I never really asked. Um, and I don't know how one could do that. But anyway, we don't have to get into that. But I just need to adjust this a little bit here. But I find myself putting this under my leg. Finally getting it there. This pillow. Although would I rather the other side of it because it's a bit smoother? I think so. I don't usually sit like this, but I'm going with what my body is telling me, and perhaps what my angels in heaven are saying. Maybe I need to. My leg wasn't exactly sore, but I do feel like sometimes I sink too much into this couch. Um, but I must say, for a cold, I don't know if it's because I'm live streaming more and thinking. I don't know. I would say that it's. I mean, it hasn't been like bad migraines, thankfully, but like right now it's kind of both sides mildly. But That's it for anything. Well, I'm not going to do that because I need the company and I don't have my person doing so. I do have some busy days coming up. They're not that far away, so I think I'll get to them. They incorporate, hopefully, healthy eating. They incorporate activity. They are kind of, well, two of them are one-time events. One of them is occasional, and the other one is once a month, maybe twice. So, um, but how I'm feeling now, I don't think I would have gotten back to sleep, and I had to wait till G left, and I really don't want that blowing right in my face. I just want to hear. Okay, that's not bad. Oh God. I want to wait till there's somebody here. I've talked for 42 minutes, given you about 42 minutes of content to see afterwards. Now I want to wait till somebody's here. I need to think about what I want to say. And then once I've thought about it, I meant to have that on lately. He turned it off when he was playing piano, and I forgot to turn it back on. But it's actually kind of hard to have it on lately. I want this one. It's the case. And it's, I want to be able to hear it. I almost think it is on a little bit, the radio. I'd want to be able to hear it, or it wouldn't be worth it. And I would, but I'm fairly comfortable, so I'll get up later and do that. However, it would be a good segue. It would be I can get back to this way of, I can, yeah, it would be a good segue to just some silence, meaning I'm not chatting until somebody's here. At least here. Even better if they say something. Even better if it's kind of lovely. But yeah, like tinnitus. I mean, if I'm thinking, which I will, because I'm going to decide what I'm going to say next here. Once I've thought of something, I'm likely going to want to say it. So there is also that. I think that, again, I'm living respectful, and that's what I deliver. I'm wearing this. My arms are cold. Nobody even, people, they don't mind. I think it's a sweater. I don't know any otherwise, unless I've seen 44 minutes into this. There is a medical question I kind of want to ask. But I guess I maybe already know the answer. So I'm putting this here for myself and anybody who sees it at this point. Having a good metabolism, like if you've always had a good metabolism in most of your life, does not mean, although having a bad one might, make you more susceptible. Having a good metabolism, I don't think it's a strongly medical term or one that most people will probably know what it means. If you don't, it's basically how the body processes sugar and fat, I believe. And I've always had a pretty good one because I've always been fairly average weight. Um, I've never been obese. I have a bit of a Buddha belly, but yeah, basically having a good metabolism, just one of the topics I'll talk about here. There's not a whole lot I have to say about it. Doesn't necessarily mean that you can't get diabetes, for instance. Like I pre-diabetes, I'm pretty darn sure. Um, I'm going to turn down the radio because it's kind of loud, or at least this is monetized, and I have to be careful. I was hoping to get some song suggestions from having it on, as well as kind of fill any gaps. But okay, there was somebody there for like 2 or 3 minutes until I got up. All I said I was doing was turning off the radio, or maybe you didn't leave, and it just indicated that you did. It does that sometimes. Anywho, doesn't necessarily mean that you won't get things like diabetes. You know, there's the genetic component. It has to do with your, I think it has to do with your blood pressure as well. And like, I think back to my friend as well. Like, I mean, she had it since she was like 10. Like I say, she wasn't obese. She was very slim, actually. Like, not, I wouldn't say unhealthily slim, but she, you know, but definitely possibly a little, well, about what I am or a little thinner than that. Which makes me think that she probably had a good metabolism, but when you have diabetes and you've had it for a long time, as far as maybe metabolizing fats, but not sugars. So, yeah. Now, I think kind of jumping around a bit here, but I think I would like to I just read those two. They're more for others to see. Mostly. The bucket list thing and that one. Okay, that's what I'm going to focus on. But first, and honestly, as far as like, it's kind of a bit, as far as like my hitty feeling, my somewhat lightheadedness, partly from being under the weather, partly because maybe my body is doing stuff that you know, maybe my organs are struggling. Um, I've been hearing articles about some people not knowing about certain things that they may be dealing with until it's too late. And I don't know if it is yet for me, but but I really don't like the thought of surgery. I really don't like the thought of surgery. Um, and healing, and you know, like if I need to do something, but then I'm thinking of one person I've recently met on here. They, I think, um, I would think might be a bit of a one to challenge suggestions or be a little bit emotional about the idea. But he's had at least a couple, it sounds like. I mean, some people will do it because if it means that they get to keep living, you know, and when you have a lot of loved ones, or at least a few that you wouldn't want to leave behind, pets, people, um, then you do what you and you remember that there is beauty in life. There are things to enjoy about it. amongst, the not so much stuff. Then, you hold on, my things in the pocket. You kind of fight for your life. Um, I think I have a lot in common with this one new friend and possibly others that I already am familiar with or am not. In that, one, I may not have a lot of close people still in my life, um, and it varies. I'm always meeting new people online as well, but I do have a few. Um, Also, a pet. Also, um, um, again, there are the beauties of life. Sometimes it seems like an imbalance, where the lovely things of life versus the not. Um, there was something else, actually, a couple things that kind of came into my morning that, do make me feel like I have, you know, one and nothing more of my angels with me right now. But again, it's not the physical. And honestly, especially people that don't have that ability, I think you can understand how hard that can be when we have loved ones that we don't have in the physical anymore. And so, and I think it's very understandable too that even having an ability to feel them around and connect with them in the way that, can be now, um, as lovely as it is, it's not the same. And I'm not meaning to sound unthankful for that. And then there are also some people that, and there was some other for 2 seconds, or at least it looks like they left already. But there are also some people that, given all those other things and a strong disbelief for whatever reason that there isn't a heaven. That's the other thing that the one friend I'm thinking about, probably both, because one's three that come to mind, and two are religious, and I think most religious people do believe in heaven. Whether they believe in angels and angel communication depends on the person. But when you've had experiences, you can't doubt it. But especially when you've had more than one, you're like, I don't know what to think of that one. But the more you have, the more it's like, okay, I guess it is a thing. But yeah, if you don't believe in that, then you can have a lot more fear. You can have a lot more fear in, you know, feeding into nothingness and being all alone and um, not being able to experience any beauty, of this life or anything else. But I'm one, if you haven't realized yet, that prefers not to think like that. And I think that that is really lovely, to be honest. Um, it's hard because when you realize that there very likely is a heaven and that your loved ones are there and that might be the closest thing to physical you can get again, as even more than channeling, um, it's very tempting. It's very tempting. But I tell you, what keeps me here is, I mean, in no particular order, and I've already kind of said, the YouTube community, a few other connections, some of the things coming up that I'm really looking forward to in my schedule. Um, and last but most importantly, I would say, is G and our dog. So, you know, That's why I wish there was somebody here in this, but I don't want to. Okay, perfect. Yeah, because I want to call that mask that thing because it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm a little bit fearful of it. I mean, that's a question that could be asked. I know it may be a deep uh, question or whatever, but do you fear dying? You know, because I've always been someone who mostly didn't. But when I think about some of the stuff I just said, I think before you tuned in, but that you might be able to guess, it's kind of like, yeah, I do a little bit, actually. I do. And that's uncomfortable. It's like I'd rather be completely fine with it or not. And if you're completely not, or even if you're just not completely, and who really is when you think about it, probably, um, just to stick on the morbid for a little bit longer here, and you're welcome to join the conversation. I'm hoping chat is showing up. I'll check in on my other device in a moment. Okay, it looks like maybe it didn't, but we all die. We all die. You know. When I think about my friend, and this is just one example, I know that there's different types of devices now as things progress that you can just kind of wear or monitor with your phone or whatever, but honestly they're wonky sometimes, they're inaccurate, and perhaps the most accurate is actually doing the old-fashioned way, right? And I can't imagine, like to think about my friend having to do that every day, perhaps more than once. I know she's in a better place, I know she's okay, and she doesn't have to do that anymore, and I'm happy about that, and I'm sure she is too. Yeah, buddy. you know, so that's comforting. Um, that's the part that makes it kind of appealing sometimes, though. Chapstick, if you're curious, chapstick, if you're not, is like to think, oh, we don't have to deal with worldly struggles anymore when you pass away, or health issues. Sign me up. You know what I mean? But so ultimately, I feel like I have some specific feelings about a certain way of dying. I do. That is deep, and we probably all relate to it in some capacity. Even though we're still living, we've either known someone who has, or it's something that's crossed our mind. Um, but uh, yeah, basically, and I'll check to see on the other device about comments in a moment because I'm not sure if they're showing up here or not. I'm seeing what I put there, and you're welcome to see that as well. I am pacing myself, or at least trying to, because I'm having some health issues. I have a bit of a head cold, but I'm happy to be here and chat. Um, I trailed off from kind of what I was saying. There was still something I had meant to say, but it's fine. I wanted to talk about something else as well that I have coming up, and I'm curious if anybody else has ever done any of these things. Uh, there was one I could have done last week, I think it would have been, creating memory box. It actually says memory boxes, but what it says underneath is decorate your own memory box. Bring a printed photo of your loved one. I can't choose just one. I don't have just one that has passed away. Most of us don't. So I told myself, okay, guess I won't go to that one then. But then the one I am going to is building a relationship tree. Now, that is not the same as a family tree. Hello, Saya, I almost said Sonia, the Super Saiyan. Nice to have you here. Hi from Canada. You've been listening for a few minutes. Feel free to like. I appreciate it, and I'm glad to have you in the chat. Feel free to say where you're watching from, how you came across this, if you've been to the channel before. Certainly don't recognize your name. And one other curious question for for the moment here is, what is a cyan? Is that a culture? But yeah, this relationship tree, by the way, is participating in a group, how I'm going to be doing it in this workshop. Group activity reflecting on positive, negative, and mixed aspects of your relationship with those who have passed. In Hindu, I think you mean say it means shadow. In Japanese is the girl's. Okay. Are you in? Okay. People can be Japan, but not be Japan. Be Japanese, but not be in Japan. Can't believe it's there. But are you in India? Are you meaning Hindu or Indu? Because you typed Hindu. Shadow girl. Interesting. Anyway, I'm not sure if I have any that come to mind right now. I don't know if I have any. Well, that can be regret. That can be guilt. It can be. I think with what I do, the healing practices that I do, and the that kind of stuff, I think that it's helped with some of those mixed feelings. Um, sometimes a loss is hard because it's a family connection, and if you're like, well, like for example, maybe you feel like you didn't have a great mother, but she passed away, and that will still bring up feelings for you. This is just an example because she's your mother, you know, and so it should, you know. Something I've learned about with mine, although things are a bit better now, but the past is still, it is the past, but it shapes you. It's important. Thanks for the like. I think it just, or did it? No, I think there was 3 already. Saya, are you still there? If not, you left abruptly. Maybe your phone died. Seems to be indicating that you're not, but that's inaccurate. And now it's indicating one again. Anywho, okay, cool. Thoughts? Keep them coming. Happy to hear from you. Nice to meet you here, by the way. What I've learned is, and I know certain cultures may, actually have a hard time grasping this, perhaps, or I don't know, may disagree with it. But, just because somebody holds a title, the relationship title, does not mean, thanks for the like, does not mean that they, well, it doesn't make it untrue. Your mother or your father or your mother or your father, unless there's been a mistake, unless you've been adopted or something, well, that's not a mistake. I don't mean to say that. Like unless, like there are a lot of people that don't know their biological parents, is I guess what I'm kind of thinking of, and that's a great segue to something else. But I want to make sure that I'm not sure if we have any sort of language barrier between us, but I want to make sure that I'm giving you the opportunity to comment on what I'm saying. I don't know if I need to say anything else on that one point, though. Again, I'm a little bit, have a bit of a cold still, and it's early morning here, so I'm just pacing myself too. Also, I'm looking to talk to some medical people, if you know any you can bring in, or if you are one. Although, I think that was kind of based on the metabolism. Well, maybe not only, though. Okay, now I can't highlight that. There we go. I also want to talk about bucket lists. But I'm just going to check. I know that I'm seeing some of your chat, but that's something that seems to be happening lately, where it'll show 3 or 4, and then even if I've heard that sometimes people are trying to say more, they'll tell me later. It's like, okay, well, I only got 3 or 4, and then you kind of seem like you randomly left. I don't know why it didn't show that it was live. So the best I can do, and it doesn't even. Oh hush. Okay, on that on the browser, it doesn't even want to show the chat at all, but it would show comments. I've not seen that before. And over here, that's something else I did want to kind of say. As far as when we're looking at health things, I think it's important because I thought to myself this morning, what should I be most focused on? The medical professionals. I mean, a lot of them are very good. They know their stuff, but even they don't know everything. I mean, I'll never forget the first doctor I had in the city, I mean, a lot of them Google things and people say, well, yeah, I'd rather them double check, if they need to. And I agree with that. Um, but, and a lot of them are just not very thorough. They're very quick. They're looking for, okay, what medication do I know of that I can prescribe for this? I don't know. But anyway, basically the point that I was trying to say there is that I think it's important to speak to people that have lived experiences with certain things and people that don't. Saya, just checking, are you still there? And people that are medical professionals. But yeah, if they're not living with it, I both are important. That's what I'm saying. Hello, are you there? It's not indicating such, but that could be wrong. I think it was already wrong once. Um. So yeah, I've had this thought about bucket list before. It's very interesting how speech just kind of flows sometimes very rapidly. I don't understand the news how to open it up, but um, well, doing more in filmmaking is one. Okay, so in a few days at that event, I'll be taking a step with that. A lot of my family got some in auto accidents, some health issues. Whether they were, frequently going to doctors or not, a lot of cases I couldn't tell you. I never met them, or they lived in other provinces, and we weren't super duper close. Like as it would be great if it was as a teenager. That would have been interesting. Plus, not long after that, I joined social media, but I don't know if I ever would have convinced Charlie to do that. And it did have me driving around there a little bit. But yeah, so I mean, I'm sorry, Steve. I can't not think of that one photo. I just can't. But Jenny, okay, and I know that name makes me think certain things, but from my past. But hi, Saya, are you still there? I can explain what's happening if you are, because it may be a little bit confusing. I'm thinking your phone died, or your device is being wonky. One of the two. Looks more like a lay on the grass than a walk. other people. Hopefully the light still shows. Anyway, bucket lists. I mean, how many of them are achievable? Doesn't look that windy. It's kind of sunny, but apparently it's very, very cold. I don't know. I guess I would like to do. I almost feel greedy if I ask for more than one, but I would like. And I mean, online's great when there isn't people hearing it, but I would like to do one or two more in-person performances, musically and comedy. And one of them might still happen before the end of the year because I have one in mind. I have to find. Well, she can leave a voicemail. Update the thing, but might be better if she reached me because I'm gonna have to. Okay. We still got 2 bars, or at least that's how it shows. I'll watch when it comes in. And just say, yeah, your name is great. I'll do 2 or 3 songs. I have to plug in the phone. So, okay. That's almost what I meant, but I already foresee that one as being fairly likely. And it's going to be very, very small, but in some ways that is what I prefer, as opposed to like huge noisy crowds. I know that they're likely making noise because they enjoy what I'm doing, but what we're doing, but that's almost what my request is. One where it's a little bit more softer, and then putting it this way, going out with a bang, Um, and then I'd also like to do one with comedy, I think. I'd like to do a lot of traveling, I really would, but financially, having to figure out what we do with our dog and being away from him, being away from the home, being away from the income, make me think that's not likely going to happen. Maybe when I'm way older, if I get there, but but I should watch that movie back. Although, and it hasn't been reminded to me, but I should watch that back. I don't know if I really need to talk about this one. It made sense to me in the moment. It would probably honestly be pretty something else. No, this other stuff would be, but that probably would be. Here's lunch, bud. What? Just kidding. Breakfast. I have that little piece of pizza. I'm glad it wasn't a lot of sugar, but you do need to eat better. But I don't want to come across like you're. I don't know if it's wishful thinking or just my eyes. I look up for a moment and that 0 looked a lot like a 1. It's a little bit blurry, to be honest. I had very kind of wet eyes this morning, and I wasn't crying. It just my eyes felt. I know that sounds weird, but they just felt. Ugh. You know, they don't usually. Friend is online right now, and uh, yeah, you know, some people, whether they're content creators or not, they look at stuff and say, "Oh, this this is so quiet. I'm going to show them some support and love and comment and this and that." And others will say, "Oh, must not be that good, I guess." So I don't know if doing my best one yet will mean more activity or not. Let's keep rolling and find out. During and after. As far as on this video. I almost want to call her to get her attention, but I messaged her that, whether it's in the corner or otherwise, should do it. And I have that open right now. So unless I say it now and then go out of it. House. S house. Hopefully I'll know what that means. Way that rock barked him meow. Mark says he's kind and nice, but not a good person because he's the worst sinner, but humbles himself. He decreases himself so others increase, and said, "Nobody's a good person," he says. Okay, so yeah, he's not just saying it about himself. But again, I could certainly take offense to that. I get where it's coming from with his religion and that. Where's that chapter I've just been using? I tell you, that's not it. Anyway, but no, I am. I very much am. And I don't like being put in that box or cluster of not being. Even knowing where he's coming from, that feels odd. And, here's where I'm whatever the word is. And it's like, I would have realized that. Well, maybe I was, okay, good. Maybe I still would have said it first, but then it would be like, unless I missed something, because that was before that other statement, I would have been like, we all are, but in the eyes of, if we're going to talk in religious sense, in the eyes of the Lord, we all sin. So, and sin's a bad thing. And that's another reason why I have difficulty accepting when someone's going to say, for instance, the LGBT community, that's a sin. Those are sinners. That's their sin. They more likely have, if you want to call other things a sin about them, that might make a bit more sense, but that's not a bad thing. So, in most cases, I mean, let's look at the person. I mean, let's also, it could bring about, challenges, fitting in or just accepting self and whatever. But it ain't no bad thing. I'll tell you that much right now. He says he'd like to be a good person. I think that's what this little note said that I've said a minute. You don't agree with changing about it. It could be an issue, but he's curious about YouTube videos. A good guy otherwise. Likes having me in chat and modding. I can't stop watching or liking him even in a hoodie. He says something about me. That says something about me. It very well might. It very well might. Nothing bad, I don't think, but it kind of reminds me of the one that I did recently that I actually put a thumbnail picture with. Um, yeah, you would think that sharp braces in your mouth, it should be made out of rubber or plastic or something, because you'd think that would be like sharp for your inside of your mouth. Just thinking about that now, I don't see them very often. I know that lots of people have them. I just don't get out much. I don't know. I'm not around people. It's mostly younger people. I'm not around a lot of them. I can't tell. It kind of has that kind of hair. It's on the back skirt dress thing, wakeboard. Don't know what that guy's got on this. Looks like a feather. Product. I have a friend. Oh, that's bizarre. I don't see the haha. No, maybe it's not though. I've never seen that before. That kind of lettering, but it could just be some sort of foreign writing. It could just be. I'm tired. Like, go to sleep then. It's like I just slept a number of. Oh shoot! I still have to click away from that. A number of hours. Well, I checked it because it's kind of a unique name. This isn't the one in our neighborhood, is it? No. I was going to say that earlier, and I don't know because I've been rolling for about an hour ish. I did have some quiet spots, but part of me feels like I'd still be feeling some of the symptoms I'm feeling, whether I was, as you too, whether I was just browsing stuff quietly or podcasting. So I'll do a bit of both. I'll just keep doing that. Now, one thing I did want to do is try and do some organizing before the weekend. And I know it's only Monday, but I just don't know. I do have to pay attention to my body because if my stress levels get too high or I burn out, then they can affect things like cortisol and your blood pressures and stuff like that, right? Oh, I don't feel like trying to reach for it to like clear some of this stuff away, or just in general. I kind of don't. Just what I really enjoy. And I recently spoke to Emily at the top. So I'm just kind of multitasking. If you'd like to chat, I'm happy to do so with you. I might do some music covers. It looks like you left. Maybe you didn't. But until I know, I've been rolling for a while, and I'm just gonna pace myself because I don't know what else she's up to though. I don't know if I'd be distracting her to call or not. Uh, it sounds like she's dealing with some health issues, and I think she had some sort of injury that she was recovering from. Um, so I'm hoping that she'll still be available to tune in. But I think I just wait to hear back from her on things. Oh, I've already got it open. Whoops. Well, I did that. How many of these are like super recent? I think I remember reading something else from this before, and it's really oddly written. Speaking of really odd, that would be a good segue, but I want to go over and try and do some music. I don't know anything about this musical, though. I should look it up. That's on the other side. The thing has been briefly in there. Michelle, I hope you're okay. But yeah, Mr. seems to be able to do it. It's been a bit mixy, BG, and then what's her face? It's been a bit mixy too, to be honest. No, Gina. I mean, yeah, she lost her mother recently, but still. And she's not super familiar with me, but still. She finally got back to my comment on YouTube. And I got back to her right away because I was on my device. But then she didn't get back to me right away right after that I noticed. What is up with that, eh? But yeah, no, I mean, maybe I missed it, but I don't think so. Plus, I told her I missed it today, so you should be looking. Chapstick if you're curious, chapstick if you're not. Sometimes I don't get it, I don't apply it very well. So I gotta try again. 31215. That doesn't specify. I know, I think it was Cindy really loved this thing, but I don't. I guess I see. I guess it makes sense. It does. It does. It do. It do. It do. It does. It does. It do. It do. Just the one I read. I just don't remember it having that title. Okay, so I've just found a couple interesting things that maybe we could talk about aside from the topic that I started off with. That is a pretty big topic. I could also be talking more about, and then also maybe doing some music. And if there's anything in particular you'd like to talk about as well. I'm seeing here a meditation that I think I got at a workshop that should be familiar to me because we probably did it with the group, and also it looks like this might be from the other place. And it looks like I crossed some things out, probably in preparation to read it. So then I'm thinking I must have. So I don't know. I didn't cross out much though, which makes me think it's probably worth another look. But I don't know. And I think I know what I want to say about this. And this, which showed itself, I've tripped on it, not stubbed my toe, but walked into it a couple times. And it makes me think of, really funny if it was spelled wrong, really wild, but it isn't, so whatever. A couple of people. But if I had to give a stage of motivation, I'd want to tell them, man. I just don't know. I don't think he'd be open to it. I guess I don't have to tell him. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really I don't know if I've ever chatted him before. I don't know. Someone surprised the ability to come up with a good Back to the bucket list, though. I don't know. I think I said some good things, and I don't even know if I really need to write them down. I think I'd remember them. Um, um, Worst comes to worst, I'm always not big about bags of stuff either. I can always just toss things in a bag before the weekend, just to tie things up, and then you'd be like, oh, what can I do? And then, I already mentioned it. Go to each room and kind of, what does it make me think of? Look at some items, what do they make me think of, and say those are the things. Plus the dog walks and look at me. Yeah, so. If we just sat here like this, what would you make of it? Be a fun little game. Although I probably would go guys just to say I don't like to tease somebody like that, prank someone, and those that have gotten to know me a little bit might worry, but so I wouldn't do it. Wouldn't do it for long, and it's not really my style. But and if I was to do something like what I'm thinking, I'd probably have my eyes up. Well, then no. But until I saw that they were there. I'll see. I'm feeling quite sleepy though. This might be the first time, except for kind of how the start kind of was. Is there usually two little icons there, almost like a parent tab? I don't know if I've ever noticed that. Is that new? Where it says viewers, and somebody just tuned in as I'm looking at it. It's been a bit quiet, but there's been some activity with this. But it's just one of those. The algorithms hasn't been helping, I guess, and there's lots on YouTube. But anyway, does it usually show like two little silhouettes? I guess it's called. I don't know. At the hour. How long is it going to take me to do this? I don't know. I have no idea. So you can see in the comment section that there was some things based on the initial idea that were kind of put there. You can, which, okay. I mean, I'm porting that one now. I don't really need it there. That part is passed, but I want it. Maybe. I was going to bring the dog down because I don't know how much longer I'm going to be rolling. You might even not hear me up there. I mean, this is certainly not my longest one, but my average. I'd be doing better if this was a bit more engaging and if I was feeling a bit better, to be quite honest. But so I'll stay on screen for a couple minutes, then I have to very briefly run upstairs. I just put a little note there. I wish I could edit it though to say uh, uh, under 5 minutes away. But there, I probably don't need to put this. And I kind of want to keep that part pinned because that's kind of, the main idea, the main focus, but it can vary a bit. Suppose I should bring this up, although if I'm distracted, you're probably forgetting the message. But or do I want to go up a couple minutes beforehand? I mean, nobody's here right now by the looks of it. It could change quick, but I am going to go briefly to the kitchen as well, though, so there's also that. I'm going to show a little bit of that, maybe. I don't know. If somebody asks about it, they ask about it. If they don't, they don't. Oh, excuse me. My eyes have that weird feeling again with that kind of a lump. They're wet, but I'm not crying. And they just. Oh. and doesn't hear us in the house at all, I think he's more likely to realize that we left. So I just had the coolest thing happen. I kind of want to wait till there's somebody here to tell it to. Make sure I keep track of it. Otherwise, I'm just thinking on my head. But you'd also be right with that. No, just kidding. Just kidding. Oh my God. Oh, man. Oh. Where's the other one though? Shouldn't be this hidden. Oh, put it on these shoes instead, I guess. Oh my God. Oh. Well, in a way, that doesn't surprise me, really. I mean, I already kind of figured that they probably are. It's almost like if I add this, it'll be going on. Let's give it a try. Water into water to get it the perfect temperature for what I like. I'm turning water into water. Yeah, that's still kind of cold, but probably not too much so for my teeth at least. Yeah, I don't have any coverage teeth. I thought that they said that I had none, or that when I called the benefit plan, they said you have this much, which wasn't going to fully cover what it did. But then this was like not that close to Christmas. This was like last month, 2 months ago, I think. And they said, you're good. You're good to go. I believe it's time for me to fly. Time for me to fly. Time for me to soar. Time for me to do the things I've never done before. I just don't know if I could play that in here. Who is that? Why are they sending us stuff? Oh, really? Okay. Interesting. And then as soon as I click it, it's as if he was seeing it at the same time. Or maybe she sent it to the wrong person. And I'd seen it. Yeah, but then it still did. When it's still showing in the messages, I don't know. I was looking for my socks, and that looks like a picture of feet and socks, so possibly boots, but socks, I think. Yellowish socks. Just an odd color for socks, when you think of it. Well, that's interesting. clear my head a little bit before the next viewer and the next topic. 2 hours in, and it's a human thing, especially when you're sick. I've actually been doing pretty good because I don't. Ooh, all the squeaking that came after that. That was kind of odd. I've not really ever experienced that before. I don't think. I don't think I was pressing it either, but definitely sounds like it. That's weird. I don't know if you can hear that, but when I blew my nose there, say it'd been a smidgen congested, not too bad. Uh, I guess I've made a couple little noises. It sounds a bit like a bird, but mostly it seemed to be the left side, I think, there. That is odd. That is, I gotta ask it. I gotta look into that. Here's an interesting question for you. Nose. And the answer is dry air. Could be allergies. I don't really have very many, or any maybe. I don't know. UVA symptom. Wow, that's kind of interesting because I was kind of talking about that kind of unique. Well, everybody has, pretty much. I was gonna say something. No, like, well, yeah, and kind of no matter what your gender is. Although, if you do have that area pierced, it might be affected. There was something very briefly there, but I mean, we all have a nose, even if I got your nose. Hey, is that one you used to do? You do the coin behind the ear thing. I know that. Or was that the grandparent? Grandpa? I can't remember. Somebody had my nose. They gave it back. I'm mostly thankful. So the other day, my nose is running, but I hope you won't run away. Yeah, I can say that. Right. That sounds pretty cool, actually. Maybe I'll get better from that order. um, I've heard of that phrase, but I don't really know what it means. Like, how long is it going to wait to acknowledge it? Like, does you have to have a viewer? Yes, and I got one. So here we go. I have to show the coolest thing that I found. It's not huge, but it is huge in some ways, that I found when I was going upstairs a few moments ago. And we have a carpet runner on our stairs, which is kind of in the view. Hey, I was getting excited here. At least it looks like you have. I'll wait to make sure that it either says you come back or you put a comment. I'd really rather there be someone here when I say it. Right now it's been a quiet spell. Quiet bit. But yeah, it's like I was getting excited. What the heck? Yeah, but I wasn't so. But you don't even know what it was yet. That's actually okay. I guess I'm thinking about before I got up. I'm like, that book was there. I swear, just a moment ago, I saw it on the screen over there, but it's actually been over here longer than it feels like. So, oh, really? That's interesting. I don't know what to respond to it with, but that's interesting. My friend in heaven is saying that she's been gone almost a year now. I guess 2 months because it was the end of January. But she's kind of saying it doesn't quite feel like it's been that long. And yet she's saying, but it also very much does. Like it's been a long time for her to be away from a lot of loved ones and a lot of them which don't pick up on her. And so, again, she's really happy that I do. And so am I, to be honest. So, yeah. And that's a beautiful part about living when you can allow yourself to be aware of and open to and just allow it to unfold and come to you. Visitations from heaven is it's a beautiful mix of the afterlife with this life. That is for sure. Still feel like I kind of want to have socks on, but I only saw that one, which is strange but true. They're like, well, if it's going to be quiet, we might as well entertain them. I think I would quote, and then um, uh, um, 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 I've got Hilton and JP kneeling on the ground here, and they're going like this. Like, give me your feet. We'll rub them and warm them up. One each. Oh! And then they're like, and look at your screen again. I know you're wanting to go to email, but you have something else up, and then you want to talk about it. And then maybe you can. Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate your guidance and your direction, man. I sometimes really need it. A flash is on you just for now. I know I shouldn't, but I'm sorry. Okay. So do I join it now? It's lovely people need a friend, but if you're going to wear, I mean, you may be, just if you're going to wear a shirt like that, you're asking for attention. And I don't just think only friendship. Maybe this is my, the guy part of my brain, but I really don't think so. The bear to cougar type, no, not that much. much like that. But and as far as that, it's probably going to have some interest question. And as far as and it may have showed the third one. If it didn't, shall I show it to you now? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But you know what? For many days, it kept its spot and went and did other things. I said there were those channels coming out, so and there's lots of news about that. And as far as um, but that's a little bit weird. Every time I look up, it could be just because I've been under the weather, though. That first number looks a little blurry. Maybe it's also, like you say, a little bit of hopefulness. Some people are so stupid. And they don't even think about how they're. I get in the moment. Sometimes you're going to say things in it. Well, she's probably at work. I don't think school's out yet. But when it is, that means she might be a bit busier with. She didn't even react to either of those ones. She didn't, and if she did, it doesn't look like she did. So she's not really up to keeping up with it. I know what it felt like for her, so I could really about it. And I'm somewhat surprised, but it could. Yeah, I got that. I really would like to talk about it, so please, someone get here. I don't care how you get here, just get here through. You be, and I say that when I think about my distant relationship. Get here by railway. Obvious questions. The unneeded one. And, it very well still could be. And I'd be surprised, like I sometimes often am, if it's still that person. It might not be, and it's been a while. Well, you know what? If I don't have services from them, I don't have services from them. That one program I tried to get involved in didn't really go anywhere. I think I know what they tell me based on the other day. What's the place is getting old, but she may still be there for a few more years. She made it through the pandemic. Uh, and I just feel like, whew, it's not in the saved list, but do I try anyway? Oh, Alana. So now I feel like maybe in 3 hours. Sometime. Kind of cloudy, kind of not. I think the bed was probably brighter than I think it would. In the window. Yeah. So, symptom wise, I might be able to. Mentally wise, mind wise, I mean, I've been sitting here blabbing for a while. I do and don't feel like it stirred a bunch of thoughts. I feel like I've said it. Good. For now. Uh, but I mean, I think I was maybe laying awake for 30 or 40 minutes at one point. But other than that, I slept really good. I didn't get right when you got up. It seems like it was quicker and quicker at that time of day. But so otherwise, I slept quite good. So I mean, and I was a little bit worried because it was like at like 10 o'clock. I wasn't feeling that bad, but it was still a little bit earlier than we usually go to bed. At 11 o'clock, it was starting to feel a little bit symptoms coming on again, and then we're close to 11, and then yeah, it was fine. So that's good. Okay, she just came back online. Yeah, I mean, I do notice that's happened before, but it's like every time I glance from here up there, again, I don't know if it's because of the cold, the mild cold I have, and it is like from one device in front to the, I don't know. But then after a moment, it does kind of go less blurry. But that's something else I fear. If I'm being honest, nobody's here, unfortunately. But, I don't know. I suppose if people see this afterwards and they're liking it, even if they skip a little bit, they might find themselves at this place. So I'm just going to say it while I'm thinking of it. Um, and it's something I've been thinking about a few times lately, kind of, sort of. But that's another thing that I kind of fear is with the diabetes and just health in general, am I going to develop a vision problem? Because some people don't die or don't pass away. You know, like that's something that my friend never had. Again, also thankful for that. Because maybe in a few years she would have. And she loved to dance, and like I say, was on her feet quite a bit with her work. But she never had an amputation. She never. I don't know. I mean, I guess there could be a lot more than know about other than just it being a diabetic coma. There could be, and it is what it is. If that's the case, then. But and obviously, when she went into a coma, her eyes were closed. But other than that, I don't believe she had any vision problems. I mean, I hadn't talked with her for like 2 years. And that was something I initially felt bad about, but we didn't know she was going to die. And sometimes we get kind of hung up about certain things, or we get a certain way. Um, and it may be understandable. Sometimes it's worth looking past. Although, yeah. I mean, I'm happy for him if he gets an opportunity, but it's so much bigger. And I mean, he's got a lot of willpower or whatever. But and the location is not super far, although it's winter and it will be for a few months now. Although we kind of missed a month of winter because, and now we have snow that they but November was quite mild for this time of year here. But yeah, I don't know which I would fear more or which I would, want more. I mean, a lot of us are. It's quite normal and human, but some of us are just like, oh, or at least you are initially, and you get used to it. It might take quite a long time for me too. But if I was to have something like that happen, it would be very uncomfortable. Uh, you know, uh, Disabilities, impairments, they can make things really hard. Right? There was somebody there for a couple moments, and maybe they thought, "No, I'm completely able-bodied," which reminds me, I have a bunch of stuff to run around and do. At least it looked like you left. If you didn't, you can let me know. But I mean, right now, I'm thankful that I mostly am. But I do get lightheaded. I do, in a way that's not just the cold that I'm experiencing, but I think it's more noticeable, and it's still not like a super something that I really really deal with a lot. And again, I don't twirl around all that much. Surprise! I don't twirl around that much, and I don't. Um, um, I hope we're not going to get into a disagreement there. That might be hard to look past. I mean, we're all who we are, and in most ways, that's also very beautiful. Um, I think you need to finish watching that video, bud. When you're done, that's what I'm going to tell you. Also, it was the first morning that this fell when he was getting ready to leave for work in the foyer. And I'd honestly like to get rid of it. I mean, it's a bit triggering to me. I crinkled it up ages ago, but I've been holding on to it. might be time to let it go soon. Ironically, we see it. I didn't know that it was a specific date. I thought that it was a weekly or monthly thing, which is really strange because I was quite sure that that's what I remember hearing. But the date that's on it is actually 3 days away from today's date, but last year. I think that's just Jay's number. What's the other one? CMHA. I think that's what that is. So I'm going to go back to this for a moment, though. Something I found when I went upstairs, and it sort of blended in with the carpet, which was kind of like a beige color, but sort of not. And it looks like you left. The heck? Maybe you didn't, but it looks like you did. This is just so cool. This is just so cool. I'm going to include a little bit of what I'm doing on YouTube in here in a clip, but I hope you make it there. By the way, that's my friend Ray that I may have told you about in the picture above. And yeah, I believe you're subscribed and have the notification turned on for the channel. So anyway, at the top of the stairs, when I went up there was this white feather. And we don't have anything, like it's not this. We don't have anything that it would have came from. We really, seriously. I mean, and so maybe we don't have one of those either. So I'm thinking an angel feather, and it's white. It's a little bit easily frayed. Also, my friend had I seem to remember she dressed up as an angel one Halloween. And she is now, and she always pretty much was. But that's interesting. Now, do I keep it? I'll put it here for now. Trying to decide if I want more coffee. I didn't have any chocolate or cookies this morning. I just had coffee and a bit of pizza. My throat doesn't feel like it needs it. I mean, it's caffeine, and sugar. Should I have tea? I don't know. Well, they just want to introduce themselves and put a face to the name, I think. But no, I do see the point somewhere as well. Anyway, if we could focus on the YouTube thing, are you just home recovering from your ailments? So, this is about a coffee house. There's a thing. And yeah, it is essentially downtown. All ages. Goes for a couple hours. But opens half an hour before they start. Like music and performances. Join in the audience or take part and perform. I never saw that email though before on this, and part of me wants to send it and ask. I think that's just a general front desk number there though. That might be part of that bucket list thing I said actually. But then what would happen is like, okay, now I'm gonna die or something. No, but the location isn't great. But let's see how the weekend goes. And if I meet some good people, we connect and they're open to, getting us to some opportunities, then I would say, let's do that then. I'm a bit for it. Then I would say that would be a good time to do it. I am kind of thinking of like a bit more of an interesting beverage than water right now, though. So again, it's coffee or tea. I don't really drink a lot of tea, but and I think of Marie. I think of Anna. Tea with Marie. I just realized that. And I love it. My grandmother. And two of those people haven't passed away that I know of. Uh, and it's not like my throat is sore, but I think a hot beverage would be nice. G drank a weird one the other day. It was this hot chocolate liquid in blue. He says it's probably just food coloring. Maybe it is, which isn't exactly healthy, but isn't exactly something that people don't eat often. It was just weird. And then he mixed it with another one because it was bland or something like that. So I'm not much of a hot chocolate drinker. I used to be, and sometimes made with milk and where it's like mostly stirred in, but there's the lumps of chocolate stuff. That I don't mind. And marshmallows are nice. Hold on, think about that too. I thought Jackie, but one I've known in my life, person. But I don't know. I'm not much. I'm more for the hot Africans or African descent. That's not meant to be mean. A lot of them call themselves that too, or the N word, to be honest. But or as somebody typed it the other day in somebody's chat, KNEEGRO possibly W. It's like, huh? We didn't know about that. They're like, would you rather watch your plants grow? I think was the other question. The Japanese, and the Pekingese, and other ones I can't think of at the moment. But it's interesting to see that and see that. I want to come back to that later, and I want to come back to the other thing, and maybe that. So I've got to keep it. You know what? I told him the information. He knows. They know where the thing is. So if they're interested in applying for it, they can contact and do so. And then eventually, before then, I'll see my messages and hopefully find out that maybe we'll get to see each other there. I know he's iffy about big bunches of crowds, but I said it's very specified as to the audience that it's for. And I think you gotta do these things every now and then. You know, I know he might be kind of anxious about the upcoming holidays, and as a lot of us are about like, you know, the interactions that we might have to have with, at parties or get-togethers or whatever. So we're very briefly there. Like, actually, yeah, I'm not a big fan of interactions, but you are a human, right? I mean, so you kind of can avoid them. Even if you don't spend a lot of time online, I mean, you're going to be amongst people. Like, I saw a thing, I read a thing a moment ago, and it said, if you have anxiety, like saying hi to a bus driver on a football, locally, not that comfortable to even bus, and a lot of people relate to this. But I'm like, otherwise, how hard is it to say hi to a bus driver or anybody? I mean, I'm not one of those that just walk around and say, "Hey, how you doing?" Or but we all go through times where sometimes it feels like it makes sense, and it's also nice to receive that sometimes, from somebody, right? But anyway, I want a beverage, and you're going to come with me and help me pick it out, okay? Not that there's anybody here right now, so that kind of makes that a little bit tricky. But maybe somebody will tune in and they'll be like, "Oh, what are you doing in the kitchen today? I recognize this as your kitchen." And I'll be like, "No, you tell me." What am I not doing in the kitchen? Just I have been rolling a lot. It's been kind of surprisingly in one way, kind of not. And Part of me just want to keep rolling for the company to give it and receive it, and out of curiosity, and part of me is thinking, this should be doing a little better. But I say all the reasons, and they make sense, whether somebody's briefly tuned in or not, and they're not exactly personal. So, when I think about that stuff, it's like, okay then. Well, okay then. That's actually still pretty cool. I might have to take this one. And I just realized what that might look like, so I'm going to get rid of that. Not that it's a lot more to see, but I'm just saying I'm doing it for my own too. Okay, I did the same thing with the sugar this morning that I got on him about the other day. I did have a vitamin, so that's good. There was one that had been half, but I don't remember halving it, and I'm the only one that takes those, I believe. I don't know if somehow it broke when it fell, maybe. It fell off the counter one time, but only one of them did. I don't know, that's weird. Anyway, so I don't know if I took a full or a half one. I just reached in and grabbed one, but oh, that's the other thing we're going to need. It feels like it's a little bit early, but really it's just a day or two. And I think we did forget to get one that time, so that, lot. I really should get the dog. And this is covering groceries. I don't want to look at it. And this, when I talk to him later, I want to remember to tell him about that. Actually, that's pretty dry. I mean, it looks like if I made pasta, but I'm kind of surprised it looks that dry. I don't know how easily he'd be able to get home with that, though. Yes, I should be wearing those, considering all the breakages that have been happening. That was unfortunate. I mean, the top may have still been okay, but not that I really eat it, but he does. That was annoying. I don't know how much those things are. Probably at most $4 or $5. But whew. Yeah, even doing this, and that's a sign, I think, that that part of the infection or sickness has passed. Because I mean, I'm not really feeling that sore, but I'm thinking a warm beverage, it's not noon yet, would be very comforting. A little bit more. Honestly, I think caffeine might be a little bit better than sugar, but of course I put sugar in my coffee, so. But at the same time, almost everybody drinks either coffee, tea, or both. Almost everybody, and lots of it, has lots of other things too, and so you can't just, avoid these things and hope that they can call those check. You can't just avoid these things and easily stay well. It's just not doable, really. Wow, has it really been an hour? 1:47, almost. There, now it showed yellow. Okay, well, I said 2:37, so I got a couple minutes here. Yeah, it doesn't look that windy. And the sun has came out again. But with the wind chill apparently is colder than I thought it was supposed to be out. So yeah, I mean, unless I have to be, and I will be a few days coming up. I kind of rather not. What are all these other ones? I was very surprised to see London on this earliest. It's the earliest I've ever noticed. Maybe. Well, that would have been, yeah, maybe he just got up early, couldn't get back to sleep. It happens, right? It sure do. Why is that open twice? London sugar and spice. Do we have a spice? I don't know how that goes. I don't let it do recommend it, but from what I've noticed. But we don't have a lot of tea right now. Okay, I said 2:37 mark, which it is. Trying to decide a little bit under the weather, but I'm trying to decide what kind of hot beverage I might like, and then yeah, lots of things we can talk about. You were briefly here, and you left. At least it looks like you have. We still have that kicking around. That's a very interesting one. I don't know if I really would ever drink it, but it's very, very interesting. It kind of sounds gross, to be honest. Oh, I always think of her and grandma. This is also kind of interesting. I'm a little curious about it. I'm a little bit curious about it. How do I show this so you can see it and enjoy it? But then that thing's going to come up again, and it is so damn disturbing. It's doing bacon for the rest of my life. Plus, kind of being primarily vegetarian and vegan. Anyway, it's already been a minute since I said I had to leave the screen, and I still haven't done it yet, so I suppose I should hop to it. If there was other things to, but I can't not remember that. It was just so weird. So I'm curious if whoever we have watching right now is easily. If you are, I won't say it, but and it's not the way I usually am, but is as far as talking about like stuff that might be kind of gross. But basically, there's a couple kinds of a hot chocolate and a type of tea. It looks like you left, but anyway, that are kind of odd flavors. I bought them on Impulse. This I feel like I had that when I lived in my apartment. And actually, I have heard that tea can definitely become unfresh, although it's wrapped in plastic, and it honestly looks like actually it's just got other random teas in it. So I might take a gander at that. I'm thinking about Gordy's. I'll be right back. I want to show something while I'm away from the screen. That might be what that is. I'm not sure. Okay, I'll be right back. Just talking. my gosh, it's a full wing now. Just where's that buddy? They're like, we're back. We heard something about passionate beaches. It's all takes fun. Hoi, hoi, hoi. No, there was nothing interesting, and I don't know what this is. It's just in a bag. A bunch of random tea bags. So it could be what this is, which I don't know if I can talk myself into it. I'm just going to say it. Nobody's here. Maybe reading it out would sound more appealing. Caramel orange. I bought it because I thought that's interesting. I don't know. Maybe I'll like it. Maybe I'll know someone who likes it. I don't think I would. So it's starting to seem more and more like coffee. Starting to seem more and more like coffee every day. But out of the ones he got, well, he had a s'mores one that sounded kind of good. Out of the ones he got, I know. And the person I'm most likely to share that with, another one, the person I'm most likely to share it with, yeah, no, that's not very healthy. And this is essentially, I don't know what a gram, well, I kind of do. More of a crunchy. What's the other one's okay? More of a texture thing, like, there's someone who used to vape all the time and say gummy bears, milkshake. Well, gummy bears are a texture and chewy. Milkshake is a temperature and a texture. There are just certain things, certain flavors make more sense to be flavors than other things. But I'm not sure s'mores is one of them. I mean, if there's marshmallows, cool. If there's chocolate, well, it's hot chocolate. There should be. You know what I mean? Boiling water or very hot milk. Yeah, and I don't. And I think if it's sold on the market, that means it's fine. There's always recalls. And, it depends where it comes from. Well, doesn't, but I don't know. To me, that just is a funny thing to say. Corn syrup solids? Ugh. My dad used to love corn syrup and peanut butter. That's where I get my quirky weirdness from. I don't know much of his, but I'm about to find out. I use your name. I know you don't want to use it on YouTube. That's what you think. I don't think he mentioned that yet, but he's at least always been kind of respectful of that. It's too bright in here. Too bright. And all your halos are glowing and yet more content. But it's fine. It's fine. We do our best. And I'm happy about it. Jasmine, now. I just have such mixed feelings. I need somebody to help me with my chest. It's not like my throat is like really, really sore, and it's like whether I keep podcasting or not, I want something from my throat. That is true. That is true. So maybe I don't then. I don't know. The other option could be soup. Yeah. So there's all kinds of stamps on it. One in red, one in blue. Expires just the day after Christmas, apparently. We've had it for a long time, I think. Maybe I don't know if it because it's dented. We get the dented stuff. Well, not only, but then the other date says 2025. Oh wait, they both do. Yeah, that is this year. That's true. Even at the end of December. Something else I don't like. It's too plain and thin and boring. I like hearty soups. That's a little bit weird. I really need help with that. We'll talk about about that. And Yeah, I've already called once. It's not even been an hour. It's only been an hour. The other thing is maybe just warm food would be nice. I had that one piece of pizza earlier. I have a bit more to finish off. It's not restaurant pizza, so it's kind of just okay. And I'm really kind of not feeling like it, to be quite honest. In the past, I was likely going to be for dinner. But, well, that'll mostly be snacks. Even the final age group, but there was only 4, was not, big feast. It was really kind of awkward what he gave. But they've always had fruit, too. Yeah, because I've been there. Oh. Possibly not just me, but I think I was the only one. I mean, she may have been new, but doesn't mean she was good. What is the definition, though? Really? Really, now? I need to get back under the blanket. My feet, even in my slip-ons, are a bit chilly, but then again, they are still fairly exposed. So, and I want to, keep it fair. Keep it fair there. Care Bear. Well, I thought about dinner. What's the face? I told him about it, and I mean, some of what she does is really, really hard. Like the bugs and those dolls, but those puppets are cool. I'd love to perform. She obviously knows how to get opportunities. But again, I'm going to wait to see how things go. I'm sure that there'll be a lot of goodness to come from it, and then just kind of try to just get too hyped up. Just kind of try and make some things happen afterwards, and keep the good times rolling. I don't know if it's because I'm under the weather or whatever, but like this is about quite long. I can't imagine doing 5 hours, but I have done it a couple times. And then 6. Hmm. 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 Well, if you got a whole batch like this, or it was your last one, and it was just kind of like the sample one or whatever, you're like, well, I want to use it. I don't want to just get rid of it. I'd almost rather use a phone. It might be a bit easier to put in though, just in case. Like in the evening. Or next Sunday, maybe. But I don't know if I feel like I need as many entries, and I may feel like I've gotten a lot. I think I did find her actually, but there was either something I saw or there wasn't recent post. But I seem to remember something about a horse, which was ironic. Well, that's a French name, I believe. But it's ironic because of that other thing, which was the other part. That's where I first got the ability, talking about what's supposed to be Hannah, Edmonton. And then also knowing an angel around that time, like somebody with that name, who I believe has passed away actually, but at that time, obviously hadn't. Just going through a lot of life stuff. It's interesting that I jumped out the corner of the table. I did not really notice it anytime I looked at the recording was just right there. But then I don't know if she would be free. And you know what? Like I say, I do have this ability, so else is it? So, I mean, just saying, don't worry. I'm not being critical or judgmental of you. I never would do that. But I understand you're having a hard time sensing me right now, so that's fine. I'm just here to be with you. I'd like to be able to, though. Lid to lid. That doesn't mean anything to me other than lid to lid. I don't know if that was a did liner. Nature. Letting some fresh air in, maybe. Danced. Long walk. I don't want to do either of those right now. Thanks for suggesting it, though. I don't know if there could be I don't know if there could be something in the mailbox with that little bit of snow on the top of it. Not either. If it would. Yeah, it's fine. Very, very busy. How many people here used to at G's work? I'm glad that I'm not having to experience that hecticness. Part of me feels like I do need more sugar. Now, I might be pre-diabetic, but most likely, but I don't really monitor it yet because I haven't really learned how to get into that world. It's been more around the grief. It's been more around the social healing. Kind of initially, that one person was talking about becoming an amputee, but she also said it was connected to something else, I think, too. But, it kind of feels nice to put my feet on the ground after having them in my slip-ons. There's only one in there. It's probably didn't take it out and get rid of the box. But yeah, that's kicking around. The day that I came back from the place she worked at for lunch. That, which has been around for like 3 weeks, I think, now. Or that we finished off a week or two ago, is still sitting in the bag. I guess because we filled the other bag and then moved on the next one. I don't know, man. I just don't know. I do have some cash. I could give it back to him and place it. Oh, right, but I was looking at that. Where did I eventually order? Right. And that thing was just okay. There may have been other ones that jumped out. I don't know if I liked them enough to order them again. And there was the other thing. There was the melts and there was the kind of like routine thing. Yeah, I don't know. Dad's like, oh, how I wish that I could be here, give you a hug, give you, that physical company, which I know that you are needing right now. And, sorry, I took that cute tactic going here. And cook you something. Kind of funny because some people eat it rare. At least that makes a bit more sense than rare, but The two things that I remember most, there was also kebabs, meat kebabs, meat and veggies. That wouldn't be my kind of thing these days. But the things I remember is that peanut butter thing I mentioned earlier, and steak. Cooked a lot of steak and veggies. I can almost smell it now that I really like steak. Thankfully, there's nobody here to debate me on that one. I'm going to use this yellow stuff because the other one's way out there and I don't want to keep wandering back and forth. And it's actually not yellow, so. But I am going to put this over here. There was something else I'd put there, but I took it from there. And it's hard not to think, But, like, you know, even if they're getting a lot of calls, like, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Only ring 2 or 3 times and then say, I don't want to do that a third time until after one, as we get someone here. So, I'm going to ask a question, whether it's who I think it is or not. I'm going to ask a question that some people, or one person I'm thinking of in particular asked, although it looks like you may have left. But if you haven't, what have you eaten today? And what have you done today that makes you feel proud? It'll be the one you want. Even though we don't all have to like the same thing, I find food good. Fish and shrimp, not anybody like that. Well, but then I used to at one point in time. And it surprises me a little bit. And I don't know. Yeah. I think I was talking about with G the other day. And he said, I don't think he ever ate them a lot, but he kind of may have been a bit curious, he said, until something. I mean, living creatures. They're gonna have it. They're gonna have that. They're gonna have it. You know, like they just are. But I do have that bit of money. I don't have to worry about it on the weekend. I might want it on and those coupons have disappeared. I don't know where the Pita Fit is. If you want to get anything over here, like not the actual Pita Fit, it's coupon. Whether they'll see it, so we're not. Maybe I put it with my stuff. I don't know. Oh, here's a coupon. Oh, there's the one I'm talking about. Well, that feels like that's meant to be then, because I found it, and I don't even know, even though I got them all at the same time, I don't even know where the other one would be. Too bad that you can't use them for delivery. Oh. I wonder if that's close to where we'll be on. Well, that doesn't matter. Well, we can pick it up afterwards for a different meal. I know it's already a long day and this and that, but it's stupid that it's location specific. Not just have to be in person. That's silly. If you ask me, and even if you don't, I'm telling you, it's silly. She drugged them, actually. Sorry. Bad joke. As opposed to a dad joke, that's like me. Every dad's different. What's a dad like? They haven't given birth. And every dad's different. I mean, I know kind of the general idea, but just perform something. That's one thing I'd love to see you do. I know you're not feeling great, he says. But maybe perform something. But I'm hungry, Daddy. I'm hungry. I know I'm not impoverished and I'm not homeless, and I'm thankful for that. But I am hungry. So, and if we have the ability to eat and we have stuff, we should figure out what to eat and eat it. You know, because there are some people that would be like, "Oh yeah, right away." You know, I tried these a little bit the other day. They weren't bad. Not big about potatoes. They're very starchy. This is in the mix. We do have, I believe, another one still, and I think they have 2 pouches. Yeah, I'm almost tempted. It's a little bit odd, but he had it for lunch on the weekend. Is it that odd? I don't know. Is it? Why does it say can butter and herb? Canadian? I mean, I am, but why does it need to specify that? And it doesn't say it here. Okay, talked myself out of it. I was starting to get into the idea. But when I can't, sometimes I can reason things. When I can't, it's like, okay, never mind then. All good. Could I fancy pizza bites more? I read that recently. And somebody said in a post, she said, and then they changed the recipe. Well, I mean, there are different ingredients, I guess, in pizza pockets, depending on the type. I would never have called it a recipe, though. It doesn't seem like it's fancy enough to be considered a recipe. Is that just me or what? No, you aren't fancy enough to be considered a recipe, but then again, a lot of people aren't. No, you know what I'm asking. Not that you're here, but if anybody sees us after, at this point, they might be like, oh, I enjoyed it so much, I want to watch the rest later. They might. I mean, could happen. I'm not going to rule that possibility out, because why would I? Why should I? I really didn't have that much of my coffee. About half a cup, maybe a little less than half a cup. There's a lot of sugar at the bottom, though. Good golly, Miss Molly. Well, I think I'm going to sit down and maybe see about spending some money and ordering something. So, okay then, that's what I'm doing. And I'm multitasking. I'll watch for viewers and I'll tell them what I'm doing. They'll be like, oh, that's what you were doing last time I watched. Well, for 3 hours, I wasn't doing this. But now I am. Or is it 2 hours because it hasn't been the full 3 hours yet? I don't know. I'm tired. I'm not straight. I think straight. Just kidding. But what kind of? But, I'm not functioning. I'm hungry. So let's see what we can get. We can find us something yummy. Okay, now it was 50. He gave me 2 20s and a 10. I'm seeing 30 of it. I think I was seeing all of it this morning. So, I don't know, but I'm hungry. So, that's what we're focusing on. Don't really want to do the same tab as this because I want to watch for people tuning in and not be ignoring them if they're here. You'd think all the windows I have open, I could find something else, another one to use, but it's like, no, I like them all. I'm hoarding them in this exact spot till the day I die. And when is that? Let's do this one. And I'll just go to this tab. I'll go new. Yeah, I think it's but I think it's obvious by saying places, but I'll put restaurants. Because, I mean, I don't want to order anything other than food right now. Don't really need anything, really. This doesn't have to be a restaurant. It could be markets too, or whatever. I don't know. Yes, I've heard of that, but we don't have a package that we're expecting, so and I'll be watching for it. So, I mean, what we're expecting is hopefully going to be some food. So, really, I mean, some of the places, and I mean, I didn't even type restaurants. And actually, I took out the city too. I don't remember doing so, but I took out the city. But it is finding local places, and I'm kind of surprised that some of these you can order by phone. Okay, the phone must be in the kitchen. It's not over there right now. I think I did grab it. That lady's slow to get back. So I can either try one more time. I think it'd be third time's the charm, and try and get her directly. If I don't know if I'll leave a voicemail, but I might try and talk with her when I'm in there. I looked at that place once. We almost went. I think that was the day we went to Santa Monica. Just kidding. I think that was the day that we were on foot. I don't remember it being winter, but I kind of remember it being kind of cold and kind of snowing. It may have been somewhere around this time of year. And um, we stumbled upon a Chinese restaurant instead and just went there. So, but yeah, so I'm here to talk about, that. Okay, it looks like you left. If you didn't, I'll check comments in a moment. Hopefully they show. Should also bring it up on here. Yeah, I mean, I know I have just this stuff on the couch, but weirdly, when I lift it, I don't see it. And when I look on the floor, I don't see it. It was there. It's already, I think, a loaf of bread. Wouldn't that be funny if the angels had taken it to go get me something? But then they really can't. I mean, I've seen some pretty cool things from angels before, but I don't think that that's going to be one of them. Um, but um, but that'd be funny. I could say the angels paid for it, but they'd probably be like, whether they believed in that kind of thing or not, they'd probably be like, you have to pay for your food, sir. Well, you want to tell me where my other $20 went then? And then I think there's that $20 from that. Oh, right here. The other one would be more under stuff than that, I think. Okay. But I'm going to top of that pile. But yeah, I have that too somewhere. I think I feel like a sandwich like that, or a sandwich in general, really. Hi, Carl. I've looked at that place because it's nice and close by, and it's apparently been pretty popular. But isn't this that place that's like all chicken dishes? Yeah, it is a take. Yeah, so surprised if I can figure something out. It's not displaying properly though. Thought that did work last time. appropriately priced. I like appropriate pricing. Yeah, I think of Rick. It's like, do you have any friends that you still have? Yeah, I just don't really hear from them. That's how I still have them. Just kidding. That's how we managed to get along for so long. Just kidding. No, I'm not that hard to get along with, I promise. I might have to go get some socks, though, I tell you. I don't know why my feet are so damn cold. What is this? I keep feeling it's a couple things. Okay. Whew. But I felt like there was like a lid or something too. Oh no, chopstick. How did I not do that there? But you can never have too many when you mean. So yeah, I'm kind of thinking of that. I know I felt like I almost got sick once. I don't know if there's going to be a delivery fee though. If there is, I might as well just walk. Like it is though. And when you're under the weather, like, and it's cold, like your body is less able to do it. I seem to remember I've also looked at them though too. Because maybe we'll give them another chance. But why is it? I mean, I know that I specifically searched for places that that you could call and order from because I don't want to go, and I'm not really feeling where you skip, but might be what I do. So I just want that worked last time. They can do it. There is the occasional place that you can do it right by their website, and I'm tempted to do this right now. No, it hasn't been that long, but a little bit of money from my check. I mean, I give them most of it for the bills, and I don't really, usually need much more other than food. Um, and I've talked a little bit about kind of the holidays and that, but yeah, I mean, I don't have. We have lots. You can get stuff from work. Um, Although I must say that's a little bit confusing to me because how is that different than pizza? They're calling it a flats, like a promo. I'm looking at the pictures and I'm thinking that looks a lot like pizza to me, and this is Pizza Hut. Plus, they do charge $6 for delivery. As long as it doesn't glitch, it's fine. See if it shows me different ones. I really want to get a pair of socks. Shall I go do that in my water? I feel a little bit warm with the blanket on, but I would like to have it on my feet. I don't know why, but I found one, but the other one's in a piece of there. Right. I mean, Lauren has desire, John has likes and also. I didn't never get to be anything worse than that. Heard of that? Have I heard of that? That would be cool because I haven't eaten a lot of that type of stuff. It's weird. It looked like I was going to have to make the window big to be able to see the tab I'm in, but now it doesn't seem that way, and I haven't closed anything. Not super close to us, but not far, but it doesn't really matter because I'm ordering delivery. No, they're only open at dinner time, looks like. Other than the bar. That sucks. Soup of tomorrow? Announced nightly? Instead of soup of the day? I guess they're just being goofy. Goofy. Okay, some of those people should be seeing this by now. You know what I'm going to do just quickly? Sure, I thought to do that a long time ago, but I've also seen how it doesn't necessarily make much difference. House? They're not a house, they're a restaurant. He calls a house a building. No, a building is a public place. I've told him that. He doesn't quite necessarily agree, but whatever. You could say a structure. You could say a structure, but building doesn't sound right for a house, and house doesn't sound right for a building or business, unless it is a home business anyway. I don't know if I've heard of that. Or that. It would sound weird. So did the other too. Oh, beast. That's just some examples. That place I called recently, and it said we do, but only after 4. Like on that topic, or just in general. So this is where it's really annoying that I don't drive, because then I have to pay a little extra when I'm already not rich. But to get it delivered. Unless I was on the weather. I mean, so that would help me out on the weekend. The other 2 I might be able to do depending on, like, it's not windy now, but it's likely going to be cold now that winter's, truly upon us. Just say we should laugh. I'm bundle up, and do it. What's her face was talking about that. That was nice to kind of reconnect with it briefly, but then it never went anywhere from that, which was kind of annoying. Same with that one that gave us the harness when you were both in the community. I think she thought that she talked to me before there. Or she just said that she was there and said, I wonder if we've ever talked before. She's like, yeah, maybe. 9 minutes ago. Something just fell, didn't it? Well, that again. What is that? Just a moment. I'm discovering all kinds of things under the couch today. Okay, right. I'd already found that. Good to find it again. Drop it again, too? But you can't have too many. At least if you can. Oh! But yeah, I mean, I had a little piece of pizza, this morning, and it's a mix of doing this, but again, it might feel these ways. It might feel these ways anyway. Doing this, being sick, doing this while being sick. That's what I said by mix. And being hungry. I think that's really what the combo is here that I'm dealing with, and so and yeah, twice now. Unusual, but. I've seen this list before, but for whatever reason, it never really had me ordering anything before. I don't know if that'll be different now, but maybe I'll look at it. Or if it has new comments, maybe. Workers don't get the full amount of tips. What? I mean, I'm pretty sure I looked at this pretty thoroughly before. That being said, I don't think I've seen that part before. And that was also 5 years ago. letting me in. Okay. Kind of far. Kind of far. And if it's like, I mean, a lot of pizza places don't only have pizza, but yeah, somebody's turning the door. I miss them. But a lot of them do. They might have like chicken, which I don't really feel like right now, or cheese bread or something. I mean, preferably we order out at dinner when we do it, but I've got stuff I can have later for dinner. I want something nice now. As a treat for all this, also as a treat for all this that I put into here, which has largely gone unnoticed. So, that's not the one that with the faces on. Well, I like how they put that in a category. Yeah, no, because of that. No, I don't know. It's nice. Those look clickable. Yeah, when you use your own staff for delivering, whether you hire them specifically for that or not, it gives more people employment as opposed to just an app. It's true. But that was a really quite a connection I had with that guy. Oh, there's another one. Maybe it's not the one I thought it was because it's showing two, and neither of them were the location that I thought. So, okay, interesting. That's all of them, eh? What does that mean? If I know what it means, but why is it saying if you know, you know? If I know what? Is that only a Canadian show, or does he travel around? I wonder. I'm still not sure what it. I mean, it brought it to the comment, which says it still says, "If you know, you know." That one across from this one out of the city. I still don't know. Maybe I should find out. Maybe I should order there. Let's take a gander. I don't know. He's getting it. All right. Okay, let's downtown. I think that was the name of that. Oh, it looked nice inside, kind of, sort of, kind of. I think that was the name of that place. They don't have a website. That's odd. So how are you supposed to order via the website then? That's what I specifically looked at. Places you could order via this website specifically this time around. And if they don't have one, Net Liffey, never even heard of that. Be normal. They have good ratings, a lot of reviews too. Cash only? That's a little bit odd for I mean, that's what I have, but I'm kind of struggling to get past the fact that that's odd for a business to be. I mean, especially like a business with like a building, not a home based business, and like that. What was it? Which one? I think I've heard of it, but I'm not sure. They might be new. What the heck is Sunday gravy? What the heck? Heck the what? Well, I might want to go watch another video in a moment here, and so I probably should wrap this up. It wasn't that long ago that I tagged those people, but I'm just not sure how I've run all my life, although, when I was a kid, I didn't know as much. But all my adult life, not ever hearing of that. Saying it's a vibe, like a relaxed and chill Sunday afternoon, often with feud music and good company. Uh huh. So why does it say it here? Where was it now? Hmm. So that we don't have. Is that how it's going to make me order though? Delivery available. Okay, only for through there, which we don't have. So I guess I can stop looking then. Humbug. Hey, where'd the chat go? It just disappeared. Okay, now it's all there. Oh, I don't know. Sometimes even having money doesn't help folks when you don't drive. See, if that guy lives in his car, the car is drivable. That's actually really helpful. But he's not local, so and we with my money, but if I did, I maybe even buy them. But because he's mostly been nice, he's a little bit, he's got his difficulties, and he's a little bit around the edges. I don't think a little bit. I don't know what the word is. Matter of fact could be a way to put it. As a matter of fact. But yeah, I just had the door open for a moment, and it was like, oh my god, it's cold. Now, yes, I was wearing my shorts, and I wasn't, but I feel like I'm just more susceptible to it right now, and I just feel like, yeah, no, I'm good. But I want to look up one other thing. But it'll probably show me not just the area. If I looked that up, probably I did on my birthday. And yes, that's not new. And neither is that. And then if we go back to this one, it's probably going to show me things that are not just that area. Sorry, I'm just a little bit distracted. I'm looking up, trying to figure out my lunch, but we can certainly chat. I've got, or not, it looks like you left. and let me know. Like, that's actually what you did last time. It wasn't that interesting. Or that reminds me, I want to have lunch. Or why would you find that interesting? Did you notice how long this was? Wasn't the initial plan, but I just don't feel like wrapping up yet. Soon, but not yet. I've thought about that place before. They actually have very good reviews. They're still kind of new. A lot of it could be spicy. Their advertisement is on their window. It shows different foods, including ramen. I mean, I'm not one that likes to cook with ramen or buy it very often. I mean, when I eat it, the rare time I do, for reasons mentioned in other videos, nobody's here. Otherwise, if they ask, I tell them. But um, somebody else has cooked it, and I guess that would be the case there. And I guess it's true. It doesn't bother most people. But I don't think they deliver, and I don't think I want to go pick it up. That wasn't the country that I was that close with. That's a huge portion size, though. Huge, I tell you. Huge. Do I want to just use skip? I mean, the annoying thing about that one, though, is like it's close enough that if I was feeling more up to it and if it was a smidgen warmer, I'd just go myself. I could bike, but I don't feel like I'm up to any of that, especially because I've been hungry for a little while now. I'll look into it. They probably have. I'd still like to check out that place, but I think I looked at it a bit further when I kind of thought, I'm sure that it's just something I keep it around in the fridge, or that they, been in the fridge too long. Because if it was really good and they've been around for a while, and they're getting good reviews, they probably, probably didn't get sick from that place. So, there's something I was just gonna look up. What was it? I don't know. There is one place. I mean, last time I was with him was mostly good. He kind of annoyed me in how the things he was saying to the Rangers once, and that. But and again, he's kind of person that can't be around too much. And there is that, and there is that. What was I going to look at? Oh, right. I looked at it today. This is how I discovered that somebody thinks that pizza pops have a recipe. But it's interesting to think. Well, they do have ingredients. I still don't think I'd call it a recipe. I don't know if I should try rolling there. They like, but then it's the name. Like, it was always kind of hit and miss. What kind of fake name it was too. So I'm multitasking. I'm certainly willing to chat as long as chat's behaving and shows up and you're, being kind. We can chat about anything you see in the comments. Uh, looks like you left. I don't know if I want to look at these because it's not food. Yeah, they do bad stuff. But they've been having a lot of those. And also comments for that prototype in there anyway. That is the weirdest looking burger I've ever seen. I think it's an egg on it. And lettuce that looks more like Brussels sprouts. But there is another place. I don't know if they'd even be on Skip, to be honest. But I could look. Yeah, they were so-so. They had a couple errors. They remedied them to the best that they could, and that the food was so-so. So yeah, happy to chat. Happy to maybe do some music in a little bit. And I'm trying to figure out my lunch. And there was a place. Oh right, there's a place that I can go. This is it. When I feel sad and I feel low, deep in my heart I am feeling things that I need. Isn't this a Beatles song? It's starting to sound more like a song from a musical. To say. It does not super far, but things previously stated, and it's not on skip. Deep in my heart, concealing frightened yellow away. You must love me. Ah, ah, you must love me. I think certain things about them. And also bonfires. Like there's a lot more than just about that. Okay. Okay. I've wondered about this place. I don't know why that looks a little odd. And so does that, to be honest. But certain Asian cultures, they eat oddly colored ice cream. Like there's lavender ice cream. Not sure why. That looked like, I think it was ice cream, but I'm not sure. But it was green, whatever it was. They are good. There's a percent of eggs in the group. Spicy and all that. This low delivery fee, though, I'll give you that much to it. You have to order $30 worth to get some money off your order with this. Never heard of that. Speaking of kebabs, though. So yeah, happy to maybe do some music. Happy to try to chat about the topics in the chat panel there. And I'm otherwise trying to figure out my lunch. So I'm multitasking. I mean, maybe that picture in that thing I'm looking at isn't a dessert, but it looks like ice cream. I just don't know what that thing is on top. Not a cherry, I'll tell you that much. But yes, I can multitask. The only thing is that I am now so much open in this one window, not the one I'm recording in, and I would have to make it full size to see the thing I wanted to open. What was the place? I could always just go to it on this one that I'm in. I could just click to that one. So this was initially talking about life, whether if you're dying, what's on your bucket list. Those were some of the things. And some of these have been more talked about than other things in here. So maybe we can focus on any of those that you want. So again, I'm just, like I say, reading another window here at the same time, but I'm paying attention on both. So what was the one? I'm scrolling, I'm not seeing much. It looks like you left, but I think that's probably the best thing to do anyway, considering it's nice to do that, in case somebody else tunes in and it's cool. Don't remember where okay, that's near here. Again, I don't exactly know where, but kind of near. I don't remember if I've ever seen it. Again, it's unfortunate, but all the reasons. If I was feeling better, I think maybe, I don't know. But I mean, it's just this kind of getting into the winter weather. But I'm not really much of a winter person. I really feel like I live in the wrong place a lot of the times. Not just winter, but that's interesting. So I guess it's an Indian restaurant, but I guess it's kind of Nepal. And they have some interesting names for things, so I don't know. But Nepalese noodles. It's a spicy mix, apparently. Puffed rice, vegetables, toasted mustard oil. What? What? Okay, that's confused me. So I picked no with that one then. My goodness, I'm gonna love it when it gets here though. It's not even noon yet. It's almost noon. And of course I would, but I mean Starbucks is mostly gonna have sweets. They might have like a breakfast sandwich. They might have other sandwiches, but I am like many people, I don't really like that place because it's just so expensive. And I've not been the star I've wanted to be. And I'm not a young buck anymore, so there you have it. This is the one I was looking for. I remembered it wrong. And it's a burger and fry joint. Not the healthiest. Is that the one that I just saw the pictures of? I don't know. But let me just take a quick look at this. I'm not much of a burger eater, really. But it feels like it almost could hit the spot. Whatever the spot is, it could do it. Looks like they're going to charge extra for fries. $11 for a burger, Canadian. I think fries should be included anyway. Not that I need them or anything, but I don't know if I have to order a certain amount. Okay, so what was this I just saw? That's a cheeseburger. That's a double. That's a hamburger. It doesn't really say what's on it. And I would think cheese should be on it regardless, unless you ask for it not. So that's a little odd. Not easy being me sometimes, I tell you. Being picky and whatever. Almost tempted that. Like if I really want a good, although we have so many, they do have other stuff, but they were particular too. Like only coupons only could be used at certain locations with that one, and other things I've heard. But they are a staple. Venetian isn't the same as Vietnamese. Thought it is not. I should try and be a bit more adventurous. Like there is some stuff I might like, but I don't really, I've not really tried it much, like sushi. Yep, crispy. We have a lot of them. We do have some American chains, that was true. No, I don't know whether I'd say that. Was it better than the cafeteria's pizza or not? I'm almost craving fish and chips again. It's been a long time since I've had it. Been a long time since I rock and roll. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I just don't like them that much. I think went down, I think. And you were talking about the drinks, the holiday drinks, I think. What is that? It looks like what it looks like is a pancake, some strawberries, apple, banana, something I'm not sure about, blueberries, and Skittles. Why Skittles? I don't know. Why not? Right? I just kidding. I think I've looked at that one. I'm almost thinking that one, but once we get that stuff, well, but I'd like to have it from my pasta. I know, 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 I know. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Boom, 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 boom. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Thomas, where are you? Thomas, where are you? Like, that's a woman that brings the sunshine? Essentially. Just kidding, no. I'm tempted with this one, though. Again, close enough that delivery is annoying, but $2. It's not bad. It's not bad. I do think of Adriana a little bit, but it's not the first time today. And you're like, what about me? I'm like, not you, the other one. There's also that. I've looked into. I think I almost got that on my birthday. But a taco place. That's pretty basic. It's and a lot of it would have black beans or beans in it. Um, it's not necessarily what I'm looking for. But obviously, I don't even know what that is. I know what it's not. I mean, this. I keep seeing this one, don't I? I do. Not know much about it. It sounds Asian of some sort. We did have somebody who seemed to be um, from Japan watching this. And like I say, I think I've seen this at three. Oh, I don't think that's watermelon. If you serve it like that, that's weird. And I, no, sorry. In between, shooby dooby dooby and the something queen. Shooby dooby doo. Oh, that reminds me, because then I can at least have something playing, and I did want to remember to do it. And I've tried to do a bit of organizing. It doesn't look like it, but I tried, and I'll keep trying as long as I show up. No, till the weekend. Then after that, in whoops, in whoops, in between. But I haven't watched that much since, so I would hope that um, yes, okay, I remember that one. So was it this one? No, because it wasn't tarot, and that was just something I found while scrolling. I don't think it's this one because she was talking English, and that title. Nope, it's not her. Mind doesn't mean she wouldn't have talked a different language. Was it this? I don't think. No, right? It was before all that. It was right after that. Okay. Um, there was numbers in the channel name, I think. Okay, I watched that. This seems to be showing in the wrong order because I didn't know about her until I saw that. Unless I'm getting confused. That's bizarre. It's not going to let me search it either. Once I order my food, I'll maybe look at that. And I hope this happens real soon. Call it McDelivery, do they? Interesting. Yeah, come now. Last time I think you've been up for a while. Why didn't I like that one before? I don't know. I don't like a lot of things. Or why do I not? I don't know. Anyway. In between. Shoo-doo-be-doo-be in the big red symbol that made me think hearts. That one, I'm surprised it's still in business because I looked into them when we had some out of town family coming in. I'd never heard of them before, and they had some health code issues. So it's infusion. Really, is that still around? I used to live next to that place, and it's named after the street that it's on. And and so that I went there a couple times. It was nice. I can't remember who. I think I probably went there Paul once or twice, possibly more than that. Went there with some. I also went there myself a couple times. Um, Not exactly close to where I'm at. but they do deliver for $4, and I don't know if it's. I don't miss that butcher sweet. I don't. Um, I was close with one of my neighbors across the hall for a little while, but um, uh, kind of close to a church I used to go to. But just for the sake of finding something, please. I don't know what that means. A Vietnamese spring roll. What makes it different than any other spring roll? Other than I thought it was okay. I always found that kind of gross. It doesn't look charboiled to me. Not sure what that looks like, but what charboiled looks like, and those are like rolls things, but it looks kind of raw to me. So I don't do raw meat. In between. Thought it was being slow to load, but it was just the top. I was mentioning that place, but that's still unfortunate about the karaoke thing. Come on. Give me food or give me serenity. Give me food or give me death. That's fine. Now, that place I've never heard of. They say it can come in 27 to 37 minutes upon delivery. I've never heard of this place. Yeah, yeah. I was thinking about this place. They get those stupid names. Not stupid thing they said. But I'm wondering, could this be a gift from my uncle, who isn't Mexican? But the image made me think. There, in Canada and a lot of places, we have a place called Tim Hortons, and they used to have a pulled pork there, which I used to love. But I don't otherwise really like pork. Okay, that's weird. A burrito without the tortilla in a bowl. Okay. Well, there are such a thing as taco salads. I don't know about it, but just the way it said it at first, I was like, "What kind of freaking burrito is that?" Pardon my French. Braised is not the same as marinated, I don't think. Roast chicken marinated in a citrus ascioti sauce. Well, that would be chicken because that's what it says. Asciotto oti mediano. I mean, obviously, it's a kind of sauce. Good, put it in the right spot now. Space it, please. If it doesn't know, it goes to Google, which I could do, but I just don't feel like I have other stuff open right now. A, a type of an annatto, which I've never heard of, seed or paste. So it's seedy paste by the sounds of it. But then it says it's a natural food coloring. Yellow orange color. Slightly sweet nutty. Okay, well I don't mind sweet nuts. I mean sweet nutty. So I don't know. Services apply? Oh yeah, yippee hi but it is cheap delivery. So I guess it's taxes. Well, of course. Medium. Okay, that's what I am. Okay, let's see here. I think we're getting somewhere. Whole wheat. Choose at least one, but you can choose more than one, and it doesn't. Black beans are gross. I shouldn't even have started from this one. Chili corn might be spicy. I can have water. They're saying fajita vegetables. I do know what that means. Yes, I wasn't born yesterday, but I don't eat fajitas very often, so I don't quite know what it means. Isn't that whatever you want to put in it? Like it probably means peppers though, and I'm not really into peppers. Like I'm glad I don't eat with you. I'd never get dinner ordered or I'd have to order something myself. You know, I understand. One F cheese. Okay, DEF. I don't know what that means. It says choose toppings, at least one. 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 1E. We have cheese. I could put my own cheese on if I can open it. Well, if there's not cheese melting it closed, I probably can. I don't really like Mexican rice just because it's spicy. And I mean, I'm so about right. I'm not experiencing right now. Beans and bacon kind of sounds interesting. I know it's a thing. It should be crispy, not fatty. But, okay. Lettuce is a little bit different than that salad. Like, it's got a, okay. Lime sour cream. Okay, it's not changing the price no matter how much I. That's nice. Uh, I guess because I haven't fully looked at the toppings and it hasn't gone to that heading yet. Um, Lime sour cream. Chipotle sauce, Mexican hot sauce, fresh lime juice. Baby. And the combos are adding chips. I'm not much of a chip person these days, and if I wanted, we have a whole pantry full of them. Okay. Boom. Success. Woohoo! River? Okay. I think that's where What's Her Face was in that show, right? I think so. I think so, but I'm not entirely sure. River, right? Um, but you know what? Hopefully, I get that gig. It's just taking forever to get the call back. Hopefully, I might get other gigs. I feel like within this, I thought of a possibility, and then yeah, the sun's coming out a smidgen more, but it could go in. It could start snowing, and yeah. Um, it's almost -20. -20, yeah. That's not the low minuses anymore, really. You know. Oh, 10 over -30 to be, in fact. So, no thanks. Not today. Then again, it's not exactly going to get much nicer out. Oh, that's a large one. Okay, well, so a medium size? Okay, well, at least it's not small. But I'm confused. I'm so confused. I better order something else as well because they got to have more size than just chips. Because I thought it meant medium spice level. And then right under that, the same item, it says large, and it shows a picture of that one, and it shows what looks like a wrap cut in half. So does medium only mean one half for $14? At this point, though, I'm desperate, so look at I'm gonna add my taster bar. But you know what? Even if I just have a light lunch, if it's not as big as I think. Okay, so I'm a little bit closer to ordering lunch, and then I'll be able to focus on either doing music or chatting. Yeah, you've left, so maybe none of them, or at least it looks like you have. Okay. Or do I want to get the large one? I don't know. There was a lot of things to select. Well, because I chose that. I don't know if I'm gonna like the. So it's already gonna be citrusy plus lime. If I'm gonna like the sauce, so just in case I don't like it, I better not. I really don't think they're gonna send me half a wrap. That sounds weird. I guess we'll find out, won't we? Spicy and sweet together. That'll be nice. Okay, let's order it, please. Come to Papa. Woohoo! Papa loves Mama. Mama loves Papa. We never take a cut. 100% goes to your carrier. That's not what I've heard, but okay. So it was, I think, $14, but with about $4 of tax, almost $3 of carrier tip, and then a delivery fee. Okay, well, like I said, so I guess the delivery fee is not, but the cost of gas, whatever. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, $8 more, whatever. Let's do this. Come on. Okay. Success. Okay. Um, this has been weirdly quiet. Most of this has been, and it's annoying me. And sometimes say you have to stay an hour or two, and then things pick up. But it's been 4. I mean, and things can vary. It's taking forever to match a courier. Why does he even say that? I don't know if I've ever seen it say that before. I don't think I've seen it. I don't think I've seen that language on the site. Matching and confirming. It's a little orange dot, but no chat mark. And it says it's matching a courier. I don't think running this is slowing it down at all, but I think I'm going to wrap up. It's been lovely talking to y'all.